Hello everyone and welcome. This Koto stream. Posting out on socials. Yeah, right. Okay. All right, here we go. Another Koto stream. I think I'm calling this one day 4. Although technically it's day 5 because we started at day 0 with all the bootstrapping stuff and some research into things. So in this stream, we are going to be hooking up Artographer, which is basically just a class, a singleton class with a bunch of different hash tables with UUIDs to different pointers, to different structures, just as an easy way of performing queries and lookups. We are going to be mapping that so that contains our indexed content, whether that's artists, albums, music, playlists, so on. We're mapping that out to QML. So that way we can leverage it in our QML based interface. Now, spoiler, I did do some research on this before the stream. I got a little excited, started working on it before the stream. Although once I hit the changes I have to do related to QML lists, or well, related to Q lists, I figured, maybe I'll save this bit for the stream. I think it'd be good. So I was doing some research. I'm going to zoom in here so it's easier for you guys to see. There's a guide called Defining QML Types from C++ in the Qt6.8 QML guides, which has been quite helpful. So the TLDR, at least based on my understanding, is you have to basically have a QML, you have to have a QObject derived class as indicated here, and you define a bunch of different properties which are then exposed to QML with different ways of performing reading and writing. And for some reason, my element is being extremely loud, so let me go ahead and quit that. So we have that we're going to be working on. So I initially did some hooking up of some various Q properties, which is the way of exposing those properties to QML. And I also added in QML singleton here to indicate that, well, we're only going to have one single class or one single instance of this. I started digging into like, okay, how do you actually create those objects and set ownership and so on. In this case, I think this is only really useful because it's a singleton. For the others, I haven't added this one in because at least it's not pointing to a single instance. There isn't going to be a single instance of a Koto album. There are going to be many albums or many tracks or many artists. So it doesn't make sense for those to be singletons, but in this case it does. And as you can see here, I had originally mapped them out to be just Q list pointers to the albums, and we're reading get albums, which returns that Q list. However, unfortunately, QList apparently is not something. If I go down here, QList, QList is not something which is, oh, where is it? Here, I think it's here. QList. Yeah. So properties with object list types. So properties containing lists of QObject derived types can also be exposed in QML or to QML. For its purposes, however, one should QML list property rather than QList of type T, where the type T is, the given type as the property type. This is because QList is not a QObject derived type, and so cannot provide the necessary QML property characteristics. So we have to do some extra work there, A1A, in order to actually expose these. So they have a guide here or some examples of a message board, which contains basically a list of messages. And then they have some stuff like append message. I'm not really sure this is something I'm going to do with the appends, because at least at this moment in time, I should say there are some scenarios where I could see it maybe being useful to add a given artist or album or so on through a Koto library. However, I don't think that it would be through QML directly. I think you would probably define some sort of request that is then sent to Koto library to index content, and then it funnels through, or something like that. I'm not really sure. There's also various bits like I was attending a session on the 20th, actually, I think it's 20th of this month, related to KDE frameworks and Qt6. It was a very, very interesting session. Very glad I attended it. And I learned about some new KDE, well, they're not new, but they were new to me, KDE frameworks or classes within KDE frameworks related to jobs. So not, of course, Steve Jobs, but related to tasks that are threaded and all that kind of stuff, and monitoring those. So at some point, we're going to want to take a look at that. I think it's through Kcore add-ons. Take a look here. Of course, this doesn't actually provide me the list. I have to go in here with Kjob. I think it's here, Kjob. Yeah, so base class for all jobs, and then there's a concept of UI delegates, but they actually provide another tier framework called Kjob widgets. It's a tier 3, so it is going to pull in some extra stuff, but this would actually provide us a progress indicator if we wanted to use this directly. We don't have to. We could also build our own interface, and this would be useful for indexing content, but circling all the way back, at least at this moment in time, I don't think that we are going to have interfaces directly to Koto Cartographer. Oliver says, one problem I have with using Kjob in my app is that it can't send data during, only at the end. Okay. Well, we're not going to be tackling that one today at the very least. We're just going to be trying to basically get all of the classes that we built related to albums, artists, cartographer, and tracks and all that exposed to QML and build out a very basic UI. Not a finalized UI by any means, but literally just one to start testing QML stuff. So that is at least my goal. So at the very least, they have a way of getting these messages. So you could define a QML list messages, and then that would basically tie into this messages thing. So we would have to implement a function for basically, by the looks, converting a Q list over to a QML list. So we are going to go ahead and do that. I don't know if you mentioned this before, but is or will the app going to be multi-threaded indexing? At the moment, it just performs it on a single thread that is off the UI, the main UI thread. It really depends. Whether or not I'm not sure, basically, is the answer to that. I don't know if people really have albums large enough that it would warrant like multiple threads to index. It could be that we would have per library indexing on different threads. So your playlists, your music, podcasts, they would all be on separate threads. I could see that being the case, but I think the single thread performance is probably sufficient. We're not doing anything that sophisticated. I think you're probably more likely to be IO bound than anything else with random raids and seeking. But at least that's my current line of thinking. So what did I do before stream? Since apparently I got a little ahead of myself. Well, if I go over to, so we have cartographer here. I define cartographer as a QObject. Well, it inherits QObject. So you have to define these macros here. So QObject here, QML element, basically defining that it should be an element. A singleton here in the case of cartographer, because we only want a single instance, and some properties. So we need to change these to be QML list property of type T. So we'll just copy this here, here, and here. Right now, these are get albums, get artists, and get tracks. However, what we probably want to do is have different functions for the same. So we would have get, maybe get albums QML. I don't know. I don't think I'm really picky about that. Get artist QML, get tracks QML. So those are going to be the ones we want for now, I think. And then instead of doing these reads here, we're going to want to do artists like so. So is a fine art balancing it in both OBS and that. Hopefully you'll be able to hear. I mean, right now the track just ended, so not very helpful now. But anyways, so we have these new objects. So we're going to want to implement the interfaces for the functions for this. So let's go ahead and do that. We have get albums here. We're going to want one for like so. We need to find this as a QML, no, QML list property of type Koto. I'm gonna Koto album pointer. We get albums QML. So this is saying it doesn't have a constructor for it. I feel like I need to probably import it. No, oh, it's because of matching constructor. It probably is the autocomplete thinking it's being a bit smart here. So let's take a look at the actual class here. So the class is, oh, we actually might do an include. But that might be pulled in here anyways. Like so. Could you just provide the QObject in the list? So wouldn't it just be is it I albums of oh yeah, because I guess they're not yeah, in the case of these, they're actually Q hashes, they're not Q lists. So is Q hash a type that's able to be this one here. QML list property. List is not right. So if we go to this, which I know I already have it open, let's close that before we get ahead of ourselves. I want to see, is there any indication? Plus class, let's take a look at QHash. Okay, so these are C++ classes provided by QML. I mean, I guess I don't really need it to be, because I guess it can actually be a list. Because each photo album and track and all that are going to have references to their own QUID anyways, so I think actually just getting the values is probably fine, so that'll return that. This is complaining about structures. Who were provided. Requires one argument. Okay, it's complaining that it's not viable. So sounds like you want to use models, probably. Yeah, I think it's what, a Q list model or something. But we'll see. We'll get to that phase when we get to it. I want to actually have, it just says 0 here. What? That's documentation kind of. This doesn't. Take in the Q object, take the list. What do we have? We have I don't think it needs to be like so. This is the way it's doing it here. Is like this. Then a pen message, but we don't need that. QML list property. Message. This would be the type. Define this. Yeah, it is a Q object there. Yeah, so ours is just this. We read on this. Get the values, which returns the Q list, the type. Dependent constructor, the implicit copy constructor not viable. Requires one argument, but two are provided. And a constructor, the implicit move constructor not viable. Requires 0 arguments, but 2 are provided. Requires 4 arguments, but 2 are provided. So if we go to it, you can see there is a constructor that is just this, where you define the QObject and then the QList. Does that have to be this? No, because it should actually return a. Get the. I think it's doing it by reference. That's for messages. Maybe I'm missing something about that append. And a message. And then you do a QObject cast message board. List object. If there's a message. Oh, but that's only for appending it, so I don't need that. One character. Oh. Yeah, maybe they have another guide. Why isn't it writing me my... Right, problem, let's see. No matching constructor. Requires specific set of parameters. Static int, what? Is it the size of it? I'm gonna ignore that Copilot stuff for now. Void data append. QList append. Like this should be the constructor here, where we just define the QObject in that QList. Like maybe it's more complicated because this. No, it's definitely, it should be correct. Need to provide a callback function for the Q to interact with QHash. So you have the get albums QML, which would then return this. You need to do a null pointer. And you have to reinterpret the cast values of what? This is terrible. There's no way this is the right way of doing it. Is it? QHash to QML list property. Closing QHash to QML. Can I just do that actually? It's from 2016, so that's not very promising. 2021. It's from asked 8 years ago. Okay. You would think in 8 years they would just make QList directly exposable. That's QAbstract list model. What? Reference to this. So if it's like this and then a reference to this, and then maybe the iAlbums.values. Because QList is not a QObject. I'm aware it's not a QObject. That's why I was looking at documentation for converting it. Like here you could see their doc. QML list property. So here they have this M messages, right? And then they have a messages here. So the Q property is you would have a QML list property. The messages from this messages, which basically is like you have a read, which then gets it from this function called messages, and then they have this messages function here, which is intended to rate and return from a QList messages member. I think what you want is a model. What a QList model. This abstract model, I'm guessing. List model. Provides a standard interface for models that represent their data as a simple non-hierarchical sequence of items. It is not used directly, must be subclassed. Model provides a more specialized interface than QAbstract item model. It is not suitable for tree views. You need a subclass, blah, blah, blah. Well, okay. Table model. Okay. Simple models can be created by subclassing this class and implementing the minimum number of required functions. Implement a simple read-only Q string. Row count function returns the number of items. Hey, Evan. And data function to retrieve the items from the list. Yeah, because it doesn't seem like this frickin' like QML list property thing actually is. Well, let's. I don't know what the hell is going on with this. Like, I literally provided the matching constructor and it doesn't do it. Now if I do standard move. Complains if I don't use standard move. It complains if I do use standard move. It complains all the copy. It complains about it. Just complains. Subclassing must provide implementations of row count data functions. Well-behaved models also provide a header data. It's used within QML and requires roles other than the default ones provided by rule name. Must override it. Okay. Implement set data, Jesus. They really make you work for this one, don't they? See also model classes. See the model subclassing reference. Sub model subclass. Okay, thanks Qt documentation. Qt6 model subclass. Kaji will rescue me. The MVC stuff. Is it this guide or is it a different one? You probably won't be able to link it, but the moderation stuff in YouTube on that page. Is them providing a TOC. Discussed in the section creating new models. Provide some ready-made models that could be used to handle it. So they have QString list model. We're probably not going to use that. Use standard item model, more complex ones, file system, and then those. So we're going to want to be creating new models. Separation of functionality between the model / view components allows models to be created that could take advantage of existing views. This approach lets us present data from a variety of sources. Well, yeah. Do list view. Hierarchy. List. Designing a model. Creating a model from an existing data structure is important to consider which type of model should be used. Yeah, so I would want to subclass this because it's just a list of them. I mean, technically, it's a tree. But it's a tree of, it could either be a tree of artist to album to track, or artist to track. Take a bit of wrapping your head around, but once you have your data in a model, you could use it in a variety of different widgets / quick widgets. All right, so here they have a class string list model, which is a QAbstract list model. They define it as QObject. They define a constructor. They define parent optionally, and they pass that parent, and then they do strings list here of string, where string list is just, is that a private constructor of it? Guessing. Then you have a row count, the data itself, and the header data. So we would want basically a queue list. Right, so we're gonna want, I guess, fucking hell, all of these different types. We're gonna want a Koto album model. We're gonna want a Koto track model, I think. Koto artist model. I'm just thinking how I would want, like, when it comes to requesting the information. So, you know, you have a UX, it shows a list of the artists. Each one of those would come from that artist model. You click on that, and then you would get the Koto album, get the list of all the Koto albums, which would come from that list model, each of which would have its own model containing the tracks. Does that sound sensible? But of course, I feel like for the artist, the easiest way of getting around, for example, podcasts, where a podcast would just be a list of tracks directly, is just having sort of a meta album that is generated called all. And this all one would be all the tracks. I think that would be the best way of doing that and maintaining the same hierarchy. Let's see, row count, which that is then the string list, which is this Q string list and the count of them. Okay. You have the data, so you take the index, Q variant of the data, Q model index, and the role. Okay. Fully mastered models. So the design of how it should work, where you have highly associated link data artists. On me, fair enough. I mean, it's beyond me too. So we'll have to just mess around and find out, right? And if it doesn't work, we go back to the drawing board. But for now, just thinking, Elisa seems to have a QAbstract list model that has literally everything. That seems bizarre. So it'd have all the artists, all that. Yeah, that sounds terrible. I feel like I would want model that would contain, yeah, let's see. All right, so to start off, we need probably to define each one of these in the structs. We have a Koto album here, right? And we're gonna need a class, which is a Koto, or that's Koto artist, isn't it? Koto artist. Let's actually do class Koto artist model class Koto album. But who knows? Maybe the Elisa way is some big brain idea. Yeah, I just haven't come across it yet. I bet that's more more likely. We have Koto artist model, which is going to be a public QAbstract list model. This doesn't know what it is. Well, import it then. Also where I'll recommend. Yeah, I mean, I have it installed. We need to have it derived from QObject. Oh, that froze things up. Thanks, I guess. And then public. So we're gonna have the constructor, Koto artist model. This is gonna take in a Q list of artists. That's actually correct, funnily enough. And then we need to have it QAbstract list model. Something like that. This is M artist, but it's like, I don't know what M artist is yet. Well, it's fine because I haven't created it yet. Private. Something like that. Have the definition here in row. Just override. I don't know why it's insisting on. There we go. And then Q variant header data, which this header data thing, actually, I'm not going to implement. I don't think I need header data yet. We have that. And then we need to actually implement the models. So let's link this. We then have an album. We're going to want a Koto album model. And this is going to be Koto album, albums. And then we're going to do M albums to make sure we do Koto albums here. Is that right? We're missing something. QAbstract parent idea albums. No pointer. So it's complaining about QAbstract list model. Parent here. Parent is a private member. Yes. This is according to your own documentation. Was it complaining about up here as well? No. So it's... are we missing QObject? No. QList, albums, QObject. It seems fine, no pointer. QAbstract list model. And then we take M models, M albums, pass in albums here. Here. Oh, hold on. This could be this. Actually, that's correct. M albums. Duplicate M albums. Who are you talking? This. It's because of this. There we go. It would help if I, replaced everything, right? Need one for tracks as well. Track model. Now, how much of this we're actually going to use, I don't know. But I would rather build all this out and then mtracks and not need it. And just delete the code later. Tracks. Okay, that should be good now. So now we actually need to implement these. So let's open this up. Let's expand this out a bit. And we're gonna go to album here. Oh, I want to be here. Listen here, you little shit. Open up here. And I'm going to have it all the way down here. Oh, actually, better idea. I will create a new file. Just let me write called models. Yeah, sure. Feel free to add it. We are going to include structs.hpp. We need to include, I think, probably this as well. Actually, no, that should be included already. Just try this. And then we're going to do class Koto album, Koto artists model. It's not the Koto artist model. That. Pass in the QObject parent. Probably gonna want to have it pass in the list. I mean, this is kind of duplicate of this here. QObject. Do we even need to define this here? Because we've already defined. We just need to actually define. We have a full example. List we have here for the row count. So they're only implementing the actual methods here. So maybe we'll do the same. Photo album row count. Return the size. Data. Well, this is generating this stuff, but this is I mean, if it's accurate, whatever, but if the index is not valid, returns qvariant. If it's greater than the size of it, if it's display role, whatever that's supposed to mean, get the, this is saying get name. It's not really correct. Just wanted to return the actual artist itself at that given position. Otherwise it returns just a qvariant. Like that. Long to size int. But they're doing count. That count. Okay. We have data, and we have that. What's it complaining about? Default arguments on virtual or override methods are prohibited. And, well, are these cons? Are. I don't really think this is correct. I feel like I'm really missing. Let's read only. Yeah, probably fine for now. Row count. We have data. We don't need the header data here. Let's see. There's a set data. Presumably set data would then do a, okay, so it's doing a replace at the index. That deal with that yet. Insert or remove rows, not going to deal with that yet either. These are all things I expect that we'll have. Item view convenience classes. Right. Well, so if we have this Koto artist model now, ignore that for now. Variant. Used, well, yeah, that's true. Because cartographer itself needs to do that. We have Koto album here. And in reality, this probably needs to be Koto artist album model, I think. One here. Get artist model. Although we probably always need to update the model, right? Because I don't think it's, or is it a reference to, let's see. Why is this bitching up? New variant. Invokes a deleted function. What? Has been explicitly marked as deleted. What are you talking? Okay. Sure what's they provide this it's quite a comprehensive doc here. Basically what I want is photographer, so creates the instance. I feel like I do need to set data. Or is it always referencing martist? Because if martist changes, I'm gonna reflect that. Passing it by reference. We are, so in theory, when we update the Q list, it should update the model. But I haven't the faintest clue. We are going to have cartographer here. We need to have an instance of the private Koto artist model. Call it artist. Something like that. Don't want it to be the values of, oh, but it's a Q hash yet again. Yeah. I think that is just going to be what's in the Q hash at that time. Of course, what I can do is literally just have a Q list. Cool. This is terrible. To work either, but do iArtist like this, and then it will be iArtist this, something like that. This is just going to return. Let's actually delete this from now. Oh, I was doing who's our artist here? I'll comment this out for now. This needs to be renamed. Get artist model. It looks much cleaner these days. Maybe? I don't know. I don't really have much experience with it, to be honest, so I can't really comment on if it's cleaner nowadays or not. Let's go ahead and do reconstruct it. So in theory, this this should just return the model itself. It's never used. You're wrong. What's this complaining about? Invalid use of this outside of a non-static member. Yes, that is because we not done. Cartographer, colon. So let's say copy. Oh, I literally wanted to provide this. Stuff. Oh, don't create a new constructor. Let's see, just add it. Yeah, like there's no way any of that's even gonna compile, but right place. What's going on here? Too few arguments. Yeah, it's not doing so great. Photographer HPP not found. Great. Exactly what I wanted. There's no errors, and let's see. Model CPP redefinition default argument. Conversion, the const q variant invokes a deleted function. Explicitly deleted copy. Because its copy assignment operator is implicitly deleted. Why is it implicitly deleted? Too few arguments to function call on the constructor. Create HPP in main.cpp. Okay, do I need to actually pass in like the engine or something? Gonna have to reference Mr. Evans' work here on did this. He creates an instance of Bluetooth. Create it here though. When he does it, he doesn't have a create. QObject parent. Oh, it's my constructor. Or cartographer. I think I did any of this. I'm gonna complain about invalid signature. That's fine. QObject parent. Does not match definition. Well, probably. It's referenced instance. And then is a virtual destructor. But it doesn't look like his constructor. Is it because we're defining ours? Probably why. When in reality it should be defined by QObject directly if I had to guess. instance. Well, what is he doing for his instance? For us, we're doing, yep, same deal. Does that, returns instance like so. Is implicitly deleted because the field iArtistModel has no default constructor. Okay, iArtistModel. Well, in structs here, we are defining a Koto artist model as a QAbstract list model of QObject, where we pass in that and then parent default null pointer, pass that into QAbstract list model, and then we pass in artist into martist. Which seems legit to me. So model stuff is a real pain in the ass. Has to be said. Not a line definition. What the? He doesn't have a definition. Evan, how on earth did you get this to work? What am I missing? Okay, generate plugin source. Pretty sure I already have the ECM add module bit. You have your normal there, you have target sources. Devices proxy mount. Ah, so you also have a model here. Right. So in your Bluetooth stuff, do you have a reference to the model? Or is it that they are separate things? Sorry about that. Didn't have time to pause. We have that object. All right. Yeah. My expectation would be, because we have to find it in this. Let's see. You would expect this would be responsible for creating the constructor where you pass in the QObject. Because at least on Evans, in his header, instance, signals and slots. Ah, it's a private one. Gives it down here. Hmm. Right. Let's throw this in our public for now. Like so. And that should be a valid way of creating it again. And then he is constructing it where it's expecting, let's see. More action. Art is deleted. Let's paste this and see if any up here. Or maybe it's because my model implementation is complete. They copy the pointer to this. Getting way too complicated for my. Because I don't want to be recreating the model every single time. I guess what I could do is maybe something like this. Without. What the fuck? Delete that line. Alright. So we're gonna do if this artist by artist model. I create a new one. It's gonna be from what the fuck? Oh, I hate all this. I hate all of it. It's really not. It's the most convoluted crap I deal with. Oliver, why did you suggest I use models? Oh. And like, why can't Qt just like, why can't I give a Q hash, right? In QML, just let me use it, you know? Like, let me use an iterator or something over a Q hash or whatever. What are they called? Repeaters. Object. Place this with place it with just what are you doing? How about your model? QObject and Q. define your rule name. Data less than. Okay, your way of getting the data though is duplicate index. Name. So it's just like gibberish. Not because the code is bad, just because of the stuff you have to do around Q. And these aren't even seemingly defined anywhere. Okay. No definition. They just exist. Okay. Defined here is a Q sort model, proxy model, whatever, instead of a Q abstract one. Provides sorting items, filtering out items, or both. Model transforms the structure of a source model by mapping the model indexes. But the model transforms the structure of a source model by mapping the model indexes it supplies to new indexes. That might be English. I assume that's English. It's terribly written English, corresponding to different locations or views to use. Approach allows a given source model to be structured. You want to sort and filter the items provided by a custom model. Because we would actually want to sort these, but I feel like there needs to essentially, say you have a list of items. This lets you take that as your source model, sort, filter, exposing that as a new model. Right. That makes sense. So that might exclude items. Yeah. I could see that being useful if you want to order, for example, albums by a certain way, like chronological or alphabetical. But I imagine I don't know if I would be able to do that easily with the existing model stuff. Maybe you would know, but hell, I can't even get this freaking Q abstract one to work. Because our cartographer needs to contain the models themselves. This is complaining about create. For create here is supposed to take in the QML engine, set the ownership, and return the individual instance. And then what I would want is, these are all Q hashes of the artist. Katie has a case sort filter proxy model. You can tell with the callback. Then yeah, the sorting would be sufficient. The problem, I think, is that this is a Q hash, and I would need to transform this into a list. Now, the question is the Q hash list values returns a list containing all the values in the hash. This function creates a new list in linear time. And I don't really want to create a new list all the time either. So that's what I was kind of hoping that. But I also don't want to maintain multiple things, you know? I wonder if actually it would just be more optimal for these get artists and albums and all that, instead of using Q hash with the QUID, I would instead get from the list, which would be the same list that we provide to the model, I would assume. And we just find basically have the Q hash use contains. Iterate over that. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll transform. I'll first have these be Q lists. We have this artist. So it's no longer going to be a Q hash. At least for this for now. We'll see if this succeeds, and then if it does, we'll change the others. The next thing we're going to want to do is we have this code. There's a get albums that could actually just return this now. We're going to have to update our code, but that's okay. Do this. Artist, this is a Q list of. So construct that. We have an artist, so what we want to do here is this artist dot append artist. So add it to our album, and then we have this get artist. There's probably a better way of doing this, but I'm going to do auto artist, this artist. If the UIDs match, we will return standard optional that. Otherwise, we'll return standard all opt. Like so. That solves that. Let me ask Gemini. I must ask our AI gods, which will almost certainly lie to me. Does a QAbstract list model? That what it's even called? QAbstract might be QAbstract item. No, it's QAbstract list model. Take a look here. It should be a reference to an existing list, right? It's not maintaining its own list. Does a QAbstract list model maintain its own list, or does it use list type? I don't know a better way of acting. Does not maintain. It relies on a data source, which can be a Q list, right? So what that means is I can construct probably a model. What is this complaining about now? Artist model, yes. Artist model. Something like this, hopefully. And then our way of getting the, let's see, we don't even need to do this. Yeah. Oh. You abstract list model, get models returns this. Marked for deletion. Why? Let's see. Photographer. Because Koto artist model. I'll do implicitly. Now, can this return reference? Are you clear on what rules are in models? No, I haven't gotten that far. What I'm trying to do is, let's see, return. Oh, I don't want to change the return type. What I want to do is just have a basically what I want. So I have cartographer here, right? For cartographer, I just want a model that I'm able to get from a singleton instance. And I don't want to have to be recreating that model over and over and over, right? That's fundamentally what I want. So I want to just create the photo artist model once and return a reference to it. But I don't know if returning the reference to it through QProperty is actually going to work. And even if I have a pointer to photo artist model here, let's see, is this actually still acting up? It still is acting up. As this actually, this should be like this. Okay, so that's fine, but then this complains. I'm not going to have this during the construction. What I want to do is say if this by artist model pointer, we construct a new one, and then we return the reference. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. But of course, even when that is the case, this is also complaining about errors. We'll see if there is any actual errors at this point. HPP not found in QML type registrations.cpp. Cool. Redefinition of default argument here. Item data rules, which we'll deal with at some point, but all I want to do is just have this return the data. That's all I want. I don't think I'm asking for much. Especially given I'm following their documentation. I think I am. We have all these convenience classes, which is great. Class. Creating new models. Separation, yeah, we've read all this. Simple non-hierarchical read-only data model based off the Q ring list model. QString list as its internal data source. Okay, ours is a Q list of Koto artists. Implements only what is needed to make a functioning model. Okay. Here, they're defining the class. Take a look at ours. We have a Koto artist model. Defining this QObject. I don't think I'm defining the constructor for oh. Artist model. Add a line definition. Explains about this artist being passed by value. Getting ridiculous. Turn the reference. Let's see. I mean, it can't just be empty. Do we even need to define it here? Because it's defined in the model. Structs, I mean. Then they have this. So they pass in that reference to the strings. So we would be passing in the reference to the artist. Row count, you set a default value for parent. So you have this here. Let's see. See what their row count example is. Yeah, why is it doing that? Auto index, thank you for that. And then let's be. This is just Clang tidy. We're planning narrowing conversion. I'm not going to worry too much about that. And then we have this Q variant of data. We have the Q model. We have the row. It's a const, like it's wanting. If it's not valid, we return. This is just because Clang tidy told me to do this. I could technically have it as a constructor for the Q variant, but because we're returning Q variant, it should be okay. If it's greater than the size, then or greater or equal to the size, then we return a Q variant. If it's some display role, again, not sure what that is yet, but sure we'll get there. Otherwise, we're supposed to return string list, but string list is defined here. Whereas ours is actually called martist. Not that the name really matters. We do at and b index row. Version function from artist. That to Q variant invokes a deleted function. Has been explicitly marked deleted here. Q variant T equals delete. So basically it's like you can't convert it to what? Koto artist is defined as a QObject. But if I check actually the implementation of artist, we're not doing it here, which we may want to do. Maybe our constructors are a bit foobar. Let me take a look at that porting. Defining again. Register, yes, we define as a QObject. It is not obvious to me. Let's see. See what Copilot has to think about this. You need to convert Koto artist object to a Q variant. We achieve this by defining a custom conversion function or by using a suitable method to convert the object to a Q variant. So it claims, not saying it's correct, but it claims that I could use Q variant from value. For that, Koto artist is registered with the Qt meta object system. You declare meta type, your structs HP. Well, let's see if Mr. Evan did this. He did not use any Q meta type, but if I take a look at, it's not even defining it there. So include Q variant. Right. You declare meta type. You shouldn't return the whole item in data, right? I mean, I'm just using it based off their example. Instead, create roles for each property and return them individually. Okay. Yeah, so display role would say a title, would be say a title, artist name, album. Would make your own role for an icon. So not only do I need, when I'm exposing, hold on, if I go back to structs, define the Q objects in order to make them exposable to QML. But in order to make them exposable to the model, I also need to add extra work on top of it with display roles. But I guess if I'm not exposing them directly over QML, could I get rid of these Q properties and just go with this display rule stuff? Or do I still need to expose them as Q properties? Take a look at the display rule stuff that you guys are talking about. Because this sort of like glosses over it. Like, do they even talk about rules? There's literally not even a mention of rule here. Role. What about role here? An item could have several roles, giving out different data depending on the rule specified. Okay. We only have one role, display role, so we return the data for items irrespective of the role specified. However, we could reuse the data we provide for display role in other roles, such as tooltip row, that views the information in. Right. We have a display role. Item data role. There's a display role, statuses, what's this, size, accessible. These are the default ones. I'm guessing we specify our own, like you guys mentioned, which would probably be, I guess, like an enum of them. See if they have information on. Editable. On custom roles. Roles properties. Each element must begin with a lowercase name. I think this is the Q stuff. Directly. Let's see. Asked 8 years ago. Oh boy. Defined by Q item data. For user roles, it's up to developer to decide which type to use. You guys have an example of this being used, because this isn't, because all of them are like display roles, you know? At least the stuff I would want to present. Because I would probably want, like, if we take a look at artist here, like the name of the track, maybe the path as well. We would probably want to expose that. I don't know if we would want to expose it in the list model though, actually, to be fair. But we need a reference to, oh, all terrible. Because like if we take a look at this graph, right? Or this like thing that they're displaying here. So imagine this is a list of artists, right? So item, and then you have the name of the individual artist. You might also have like the artwork for the given artist as well. So I imagine those would probably be two display roles of some sort. Or two roles. I don't display role what they are. So for one, how would we get both of those? Expose them over the role. Over the model, I mean. In a way where we know that each entry in the model would contain both the sets of data. And also, how would we then map that to, say, a QML object, where we would then create, say, the actual list item, and then that would also have a reference to like the UID. Because to me, that then starts getting into the whole stuff of like QML and the Q properties. So that's why I started working on exposing that. Because I figured, okay, well, we probably need a reference to like the UID of the artist. So that way when you click it, we could then take a look at cartographer to see the information about all the artists, or is that part of the model, you know, and is like the artist. It's very complex. Feel like this might actually be easier without QML. Just writing it in traditional like Qt widgets. Because this only has an example of a string. Single thing of a string. It isn't very helpful when my thing contains multiple bits of data that I would want. Yeah, this role, which you specify, display role. I mean, I guess I could write my own custom one, right? I think, is it Evan doing that in BlueJ? Yeah, he defined some additional roles here. With the roles, with an enum here. First create a roles enum, yeah. Because he does it like this, where he has an additional roles, where he has section, device full name. So it's, he defines it as like these or something. And then in his, but he's not actually, maybe he's using a section role. He's doing this with role names. So his builds on roles from BlueES Qt device models. Yeah, so I probably should ignore a bunch of that then. So he has these role names where we basically get the names of the roles. You want to use Qt user roles plus n. Okay. And we would want to define that in our model, presumably here in our header. Let's see. So we would have like a artist one. So we would have an enum of roles. Oh, here it literally generates. So we have a name role, which would be the username plus one, and then everything after that's obviously plus 2, plus 3, plus 4. Funnily enough, we're not defining. Do we not actually have the QUID? Okay, artist. It's kind of weird that we don't have that here. Oh no, we do have it here. It's just it's public. It's listed there. Right. So we probably want, I don't know if we need to, I know I'm getting sidetracked immediately. I do Q property, QU. do that. So we have name, we have path, and we'll want UUID role probably. Let's see. Then in data method, you should check the type and return the corresponding data from your item. The user role is where your own custom role begin. Before that, you have the default one. Got dinner, I've come back in half an hour. Cheers, man. All right. So if we go over to our model then, let's open, no, not open up there. Open up here. We have this display role, basically gonna ignore that, right? So we are gonna want it to be our additional role. So let's go here. We have it as, say it's Koto artist up. Put something like this. Or is it just gonna be Koto artist? Probably like name. And then we would have, well, I guess, yeah, and then it would be the name like this. Oh, I mean, it's not throwing an error, I think. Are we cooking? Is it just that, I mean, I know I am a Pepega, but also is it just that the documentation kind of sucks for defining this? So this is, we have the data saying, okay, we want a role with, say, the name, we get the name, path, this UUID. Otherwise, we're just return a Q variant because it's not something that we're actually going to want to fetch. This seems right. That would get that. And then it shouldn't complain about the whole delete thing, right? Why is it still complaining HTTP not found? Looks like we still have some code we have to fix. Too few arguments on create, yes. Wants the QML engine and QJS engine. Reinterpret cast, no viable overloaded. And the mock stuff here. Yeah, this one we definitely need to fix, but what I want is engine. Can we get the engine on here? The QML engine here. Static creates that ownership of that. I don't know if I need to create this. Complaining about structs. Go to artist. Artist model. First argument. double check, do I even need that? Scroll all the way up. Creating new models. So it's defining a QString list. We are defining a Q list of our artists. It's then defining that, and we are defining this as such. As QList. Structures are called. The single argument must be marked explicit. Or whatever. I don't think that's fundamentally what the issue was, but no. Data lake, truck 63. Well, that's just a note. That's not an error. The error is here. All registrations. I feel like I'm missing something related to the CMake bits. HPP file not found. Let's take a look at the defining thing again. So much fucking noise in this document. Alright, go all the way up to the top then. Registering with it, yes. For a quick guide to choose the correct, yes, okay. Should the type be a singleton? Yes, it should. Should the type be available in multiple engines? I don't know. It should be defined available on multiple engines. They do this singleton with this. Okay. QML can easily be extended from C++ to integration, meta, system, I know. Let's see. This allows the C++ instantiated as a QML object, yes. Though it is possible to access objects from C++, that's not what I care about. What this guide was, or they just take me all the way down the bottom. Let's see. It can be registered as an instantiable QML type. Singleton. All macros below here, yeah, we already have included that. Add QML element or QML named element. Let's see, you also need to make adjustments. Build system, okay. For CMake, the file containing the class should be part of a target setup. Okay. Errors or CMake. With Qt add QML module. We have ECM QML module. Does that perform the same thing? So generate plugin source. That's deprecated, so we don't even need that because that's oh wait, no. That one's actually correct. It was this one. So we're not doing any of those. Right. Target sources. Do we need our own target sources? They do add QML module. So do we need to do that? Then target sources of photographer, private, or is it literally this? Then it reference to the file, private. It's referencing the CPU. Oh. Yes, desktop, data lake, photographer. Yeah. Cannot find desktop source cryptography. That is because it's just data lake cryptography. Don't understand why this is giving an error though on this QML type registrations. That find suitable resource gets. Yeah, this is similar to what I'm getting. Do not set the include folder where the compiler should search for header files. Right. Target include. Do I not do that? Target include. Guess not. So if we add, because clearly this didn't work. Let's target add, and we'll do com public. Well, I mean, the problem is that we have a bunch of different directories, but data lake for one, I guess would be a good start. Data lake and includes. I don't know if I need to specify with the slash though. I was still complaining about that no viable overload for casting the artist model in cartographer. Qt static, read property. I mean, the only place we're calling it is here. Get artist model. My implementation of this just wrong. Should just not be a pointer. Let's see. Or is it because I have it defined in the QObject stuff? At least I think I do. Oh, stop opening. I hate when I drag a file and it is just like, oh, well, it's open up in another tab, so, or another pane, open it there. So we have this. I'm guessing it really doesn't like it being that. This needs to be updated. The problem is we're not constructing it up here. Something like this. This should really be a reference to iArtist. Maybe this would work. We pass in a reference artist. Then that part's fine. This set's good. Well, actually, the easiest way of testing this, I think, is we go to cartographer header here. We comment this out. That's going to find this. Undefined reference to vtable for Koto art. Okay. Copy this. Cute. Undefined reference to table. Asked 11 years ago. Oh boy. Needs to be virtual. Right. Okay. If I delete this, take a look at Evan's thing as well, because he used the virtual Bluetooth. Also, code here should be. Prefer using override or rarely final instead of virtual. No, don't think so. Not yet. Here, 2022 doc. Okay. Trying to build a Qt project with Qt. Looks law. So they create this. A controller, they have this where they define some properties as well. And then the CPP, they mentioned this. Yep. Well, that was already fixed, so that doesn't. It's just a mux compilation error. CPP file. I just commented out. Let's see. Just have nothing in it, you know? Oh, no, now it's Koto. Okay, maybe it wasn't this, maybe it's the right, so it's artist model. Undefined references to vtable for album, undefined references to table for artist, undefined reference again, undefined reference to artist, get path, models SCPP, the models includes the structs. let's go back to all these. So we have virtual, virtual here. I will not question. I will only do compile again. Still undefined references to table. Lock is not being run on your files. Make sure that the QObject macro is present in the definition of all QObject classes. Make sure your QObject. Yeah. Well, we're not using QMake, so that's not very helpful. 8 years ago, 9 years ago, they're using QMake. Here's a Reddit thing from 2023. Maybe that'll be helpful. Your source include path is wrong. Don't exist. Got to link or add cute wrap seed. What? Find package. Take a look at it. I mean, Emmett's not. Add executable. I mean, he is adding in target sources. So I think I am. The header files. Oh, I'm not even doing that. Doing Q add executable. Whereas he's doing add executable. It's not like it can't find it. Why is saying undefined reference to it? CPP structs HP. Table for artist. Why I actually need to define that? Well, let's see. Let's just delete this entire album model for now, and same for track model. We'll rerun the reload CMake project. Cook it again. Okay. Issue with the mock stuff. I mean, well, it's an issue with my code. Mock compilation. Destructure. What's that structuring model. Oh, if anyone has any ideas, then certainly welcome. It could just be that target sources. We're adding all of them to this one. I mean, I could try adding. Let's try HP. I don't think it's going to really change anything, but we could find out. It's different errors this time. Now it's mock structs. Type QUID does not provide a call operator. No viable conversion from standard optional int to int for year. For that. No member. Yeah, I haven't implemented that stuff. Okay. But if I just comment that out for now. In fact, if I just comment out all of this. Putting this as well. Yeah, we'll keep that. Standard optional int to int. Viable conversion. This is going to be on year, which that. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should actually fix these. Get year needs to definitely be QML maybe. Get year. And then we'll have a different function. It'll just be int your QML in album. Which is going to be int album oh value or that's an argument num here. Set year. Yes, what's the issue here? Probably because of that bit. No member named get album UID. Koto track. We go down here. We have might not even need this. Should just be public UID. Read UID. Because it should just be the properties directly, right? Or do they need to be getters? We'll find out. Operation. Q string list. Genres. X. Operator. Path. Middle. I mean, we have helpers for this. Yes. Back. Get drawn. I mean, we do have a lot of these. Get. This might not have one for get UID. That should be sorted. Get disk number. Oh, that's correct. We don't actually have one for disk number. Okay. So complaining about that is out of line definition. Well, is it now? Yes, because I have this. Try cooking this again, see if any fewer there's any fewer errors. QUID, no member, get album UID and Koto track. Well, this also isn't valid anyways because it isn't gonna like standard, well, the Q option. I don't think. Or just this is gonna have to be just here. Here's what I'm gonna do. No, I can't do it. Q string on this one. And then it could be an empty string. Ready? String, get album UID, and then we want a QUID for that. Q string get album UID. This is a standard optional, so it's be a value, or we're gonna have a just dummy Q string or dummy UID for now. Although if we did, we could do this Q string. If it has the value, we return this UID dot value. Otherwise, we're just going to return just an empty string, I guess. This maybe, and then QUID. Get artist. Okay. Now complaining the struct CPP 188 type QUID does not provide a call operator. I have the literal thing here, please. Let's see. Complaining about artist QUID. Koto artist. QUID here. Read that. QUID. So we do actually have to have it as functions like this. Oh, that's good to know. So we're going to have one for ID. And it's failing on, let's see, undefined reference to get path, because that hasn't been implemented. The Q string. Well, then why are we doing this? Oh, because it's, we're copying it. Virtual on model. Oh, I mean, it built. Okay. So now we actually just need to list the items, which I'm so also we really need to fix this. This is supposed to be a player bar, but it doesn't show it unless you collapse it. That's no priority. Okay. I mean, I doubt that it's gonna frickin' any of this is gonna work. Can I even actually access the model? Now that I think about it, no. So we need this, get artist model. Fail to compile. We need to open up cartographer here. Where is it? This. Uncomment that. And it's complaining about this. Can I compile it anyways? Copy constructor is implicitly deleted. Sure, but I mean, I don't really want it to be copied. I just want you accessing. I don't think that's gonna fix anything. Find out though. No viable conversion. if we rip this out and then we do the same code that we had before. This is yeah, what's that? No viable overload of and a cup, blah 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 blah. Complaining about wants to no conversion from Koto model to const Koto. I mean, I don't want it to be a const. Have you considered that? How could I expose, let's see. How could I expose it as a Q property? Right. Here's some help, and this is Q5 on the CPP. Let's see. Q invocable to exposing it this way works fine. Okay. Oh, that really does actually just work fine. Okay. Great. Expecting that, to be honest. But right, so now we have our QML UI. So let's go to a home page where we just have blah. So let us look up QML. Can I import dot GitHub Strobl Koto. And then could I do like Koto.kirigami? I'm curious how I would import this. We expose it. Let's see. So then it should just be registered. But there's no indication if I need to add, let's see, an import. So here we go, we have that, and then we have the Q property. Is what I would want is I think it's a repeater, right? List model. ID, but how can you specify the model that it's associated with? So it'd be like a list view. Right, maybe. Guess we'll find out. I have a column, let's do this in a list view model. Dot, we have cartographer, like this, cartographer dot artist, maybe these work. Delegate delegate as a artist delegate, like so. What? Why am I typing delete here? I have a component. This is all temporary. I just want to see if it works. ID artist delegate. This thing basic list item. I don't know if that's actually correct. Here we go. I wonder if they fixed their documentation by now. Shall we see? Let's see. Controls, interrupt form, layouts, list views. We have a list view. Delegate. Let's see. That basic list item approved. 6. Oh, that was the autocomplete from. We have delegate controls, item delegate. Okay. But we could probably specify this, right? Okay, we'll just do it how the documentation suggests for now. Let's not try to outsmart it. Controls dot item delegate with list view review with text, so it's saying model.product, model.target. That hours would be like model name, all that, but I don't know if that would even work. Try this. No idea if this will. Is it gonna run? I'm guessing it's trying to run and it just dies. Probably because this code is invalid. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Let's do. Your model needs a role names function. Okay. Right. Let's fix that. Because we specified the roles, but yes, you are right. I don't see model role names. Okay. You have list model role name. Requires roles other than the default. You must overwrite it. Okay. Thank you for that pointer there. Returns a Q hash. Right. I think Evan did this. Take a look at it. Yeah, so ours is just gonna be not the Q sort proxy thing, obviously, but our own. So we're gonna need to override it for header. I'm gonna do Q hash. It's gonna be an int. Okay. Role names const override and of this. Q byte array literal. We'll call it name, path, and UID. So at that point, we should then have roles. So this should then be able to be model.name, right? Because at that point, it should then be able to get. Let's see. Please work. It's seg fault, so it's a good start. Probably seg faulting from this. Let's see. Or it could be actually during the 8, because I did comment this out. Photographer, we have defined. Better ways to use the required properties on the delegate. Required property string. Yeah, I just think this is issue with cartographer. And QJS. Where did I even come across these freaking? I don't think Evan did any of this. Finding QMLs. Be a singleton. Here. Not default constructible. Modify it. You cannot modify the class, and it does not have a default. QML 4 and wrap. Singleton. I don't know if I need to do this. I wonder if I could just omit that entirely. Maybe the issue wasn't this at all. because it was launching. Oh wait, no, it wasn't launching, but we won't. Let's comment this out. And also I want to, because it should eventually get to this point. I'm gonna comment all this out as well. I want to see if it eventually spits out a bunch of this from Cartographer. If so, then it means that creation isn't an issue. Now, I don't think it's going to do it until I actually exit. It's create does a set ownership. Doesn't. Even get to this. Should create that. Maybe it is working, but this is just the build. It's not the debug stuff. Edit. We'll do it here. Step into it. Okay. This point. We have an artist. We do. Seems like we don't need the create. It should have that instance. Why is it segfault? Not segfaulting there. Okay, and it's dumping all that. seems fine. Feel like I might be losing my mind here. Okay, is it gonna segfault here? Yeah. Item delegate. Take a shot every single time I type delete instead of delegate. Okay. All right. That's certainly something. This is not helping me in the slightest with the registers. Line 19. So it's definitely when it's trying to load this. So it's definitely an issue here. All right, so what'd you write? Model needs role. Yeah, sorted that out. Better ways to use required properties on the delegate. Give the delegate an ID and use it to access the properties instead of the model. Okay, let's see. Is there an example of that here? No. Item, list delegate. Right here. Okay. Was one. I was a little bit lower. So specify the width. You right. So there's a component. Within that component, we have list delegate. We have controls item delegate. We have some required property string. We'll have it be the name. Required property string path. Actually, we'll just have name for now. And then we are going to have a text, which is just going to be name. Right, so we have that. And then we have a model. We have a list view. This list view has the model, which I would presume could just be this, the artist here. And then we specify delegate as list delegate. We're gonna have it fill. I don't think we need that. Let's try that. Immediately segfaults. Okay, well that's because I mean, does this even work? Unqualified access. Do we need to do this in order to access our thing? Let's build. We have some foreign types thing. Welcome back. Foreign types. That's not cool. How? How? Right. So it may just be Koto dot. No, it should just be this done, right? Or do we even not tweet this? Let's see. sign. I feel like it has to do with this, because if I swap this out, right, or like just this list model here, so we can list model ID blah, and we're gonna have a list element blah blah blah, blah 1, blah 2, blah 3, and we're gonna have model of blah. Guess we need to, for our list view, have it. Okay, wait, it changed something. Not quite what I was expecting. So we have a column layout. I would have just expected that. Maybe it's because it's not scrollable page. You probably don't need this to be a column layout then. At least not for now. Is hidden away. Let's just have this column layout thing just to see. It's just not showing. I mean, it was actually because it was showing that blah label. Let's see. What am I missing here? So we have a list view. Have it fill the parent. We set the delegate to list delegate here. Here we have item delegate. We specify that property. And then we do text this. That could literally just be name. Specify the width as the list view. Why is it saying model data? This matches model.software. Why does it matter? I guess it's just the first string that's specified. Gamma ray at. So gamma ray. Go attach to this. Not being run. It is. Maybe I'll just launch it with gamma ray. Build desktop Koto. Yeah, quick see. We have that page stack. We have this list view here. In theory, there's a Q quick item within it. Layers. Column content root. So in theory, it's here. But this is a passive notifications thing, so this is a different thing. Right, looks. It would be this homepage. Item is visible but out of view. Has a size of 0. Yeah. Has inactive focus. Can I modify the property of it with 200? Roll view. Height tool. Yeah. Let's change the height. Right, okay. So it just has to do with the scrollable page. Doesn't seem like it is. Let's see. Main. We have root. Within root, we have home page. We have a stack view here. This anchors what fill. Fill the parent. If I close this. That. Well, now that we have it identified what the issue is. Okay. We have home page, which itself is probably not set to fill the parent. If this is going to work, find out. Let's gamma ray it again, I guess. Important thing, children of a layout cannot use anchors. Use layers fill with layers dot fill height, etc. Layout dot fill. Right, okay. So I guess in this case, it would probably be, so we have this fill width here for this column height on this page. We need layout dot fill height. Let's see if we just change that. See if that's enough. If not, we'll incrementally add stuff. Okay, so home page, layout on children. Ah, okay. So instead of on the column layout, it would be on the stack view. Is that right? Because we'll find out. add it everywhere. And then here. Still nothing. Anchor root layout needs anchors fill parent. Okay. I mean, this is all temporary, but you know, I'd like to display the list without. Ah, there we go. Great. Okay. So we have this, but the moment I specify this model, it's gonna shit itself for sure. Name, let's comment this out. Yep. Okay. Do I have to import my own stuff? Like com, GitHub, Koto, as Koto? Or can I just do this? And then this, in theory, should be exposed over QML. It says unqualified access. See it. See an error in QML. It's happening in C++. Probably has to do with I think it's really. It's probably related to this, getting in the model. Might even be this. I comment this out and I just make it a new model statically like that. See what happens. It didn't segfault. So, and it's empty, which means it's probably related to. Oh, it's probably related to our function for that. This is to iArtist. I'm guessing it was always returning. I bet it was returning a null pointer. This. Because what I was trying to avoid was recreating the Koto artist model every single time. I get the feeling like this just isn't. Let's see, is an issue now with add that. If we go to our models, specify this as name. So in theory, you would get the data. Assuming there's anything in here, you know. That's another thing, is it's even being called. Wow, 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 wow. Never to see it. Oh, can it show the? Oh man, gamma ray is really handy, isn't it? Damn. And I guess it's under models. But we have a Koto artist model as one thing, which is nothing. Wait, no, it has literally nothing. It has nothing in it. Model index invalid. Right. So this isn't being propagated with, I'm guessing because we're creating it at this phase. We do iArtist as an empty queue list, but is it not the case where when I add items to the list that the model automatically updates, or do I have to add additional code in for that, where we then append to the model whenever we're appending to the list? Because I feel like that doesn't really make any sense. I feel like one should just map directly to the other. The model should emit a signal whenever its data is changed. Okay. So if we take a look at the model here, signal, no, emit, changed. Let's, you need to call begin insert row, add your item, and then end insert row. Begin insert row. The insert rows implementation. So I have to basically make this myself. On models that support this, insert count into the model before the given row. Let's see if this has any more documentation on it. So when I do this, I need to do begin and then insert into the string list. Check her. Sure. Your code was helpful last time. I'll definitely check this. Models and tracks model. So in your tracks model, you have data, yeah. And you do set tracks, which is a begin, and then you set m tracks to tracks. And then you end, then on, never mind, that's wrong, okay. Like here, it's just you're resetting it. Which is, I mean, it's certainly a way of doing it. If you want to reset the model every time. So I don't blame you for that. But is it possible for me just to do, so I have this function here for adding artist where we append. Can I then do a this iArtist model dot begin or insert or something? I think there's a design issue. The model should own its data. and changes to that data should happen through it. Right. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that model. I think the model should just be an interface for the data source. I don't really want to have to maintain 2 references either. And do that for any change. Yeah. And in Haruna, you were doing it where you'd doing set tracks. Okay, I can't call that track. I have to set it here. We'll do update artists like this. And then define this in our structs here. What's extra qualification? Yeah. And then in cartographer, we would do this. Update artist. See if this works. It's probably jank as shit, but if it works, then you know that'd be nice. It doesn't. Let's close this. And Easter gamma, right? No. Let me just double check that we're actually adding. You say just set your M artist on the model. Yeah. I don't need to do it's called begin and just set M artist on the model. Yes, I have artist here. Yep. To the data you already have. Are you calling the update function? Yes, I am calling it here. Where we pass in then the artist. Because we append, and then we are calling the update, which then should do a reset, like what you're doing with Haruna, assign, and then end the reset. If I rebuild this. Fuck you, I literally just imported this. I want to see if it's actually importing. Of course, it doesn't want to show it here. But if I do build cancel, stop. Let's see. Because it's possible it's just not adding it to the model because it's cartographer or something. I may in fact be losing my mind. So we iterate over and where we get the artists. The artists are from this. Or did this just not build? Task build. I have artists here. Are we not calling this? We read from the database. So let's connect the database and then load. For load, then we'll do select all. Yeah, we get the instance. Add artist. Why is it not providing my output here? Rerun. No, it is. Okay. I'm not losing my mind. At least not for this particular reason. So let us open it with gamma ray again, I guess. It just isn't updating that model. Something wrong with this model. Or does it have something to do with that? Like, if we just comment out just all of that. No. Row count. That. Fuck. First off, then let's go over here. I don't want it to be a con. So many things open here. Okay. Insert rows. Do we need? Yes, we do. Let's implement this. Could do bool, I guess. Bool. Insert rows. Be at a given position. Implement heading and room. Copy these to clipboard. We are gonna have these. Insert rows. Cool. You don't need implement. Oh, okay. Well, so here's what my line of thinking was, that I would remove the queue list from cartographer and only rely on the queue list in the model, like suggested by Oliver. But if I don't need to do this, then cool. But I figured the way of inserting the row would be go that way. I would want a function for adding an artist. So this right, so get the Q model index, we get the count, and count again. Begin insert rows. Let's take a look at what the documentation for this actually says. In a row insertion operation, we're in re-implementing. Don't do that. Specify the first and last row numbers. For example, as shown here, we insert 3 rows before row 2. So first is 2 and last is 4. So I guess ours would be that, and then it would be the length of it, and then the length of it again. And then in theory, we wouldn't need this update artist. And in cartographer, photographer, we would drop our get artist. And actually, no, we wouldn't drop the get artist. We would drop the actual artist. Fix there. This would be a brand new model with no content, I don't think. I guess technically it could be a new QoBject, but we need to clean that up, I guess, in a bit. Create a new one, and then when we add, we drop this because it doesn't exist anymore, and then we add artist here directly. And here it would be our iArtist model get artist. So this is this. I doubt we're going to be able to iterate over like so. Let's be like this. Probably isn't going to build role names out of definition. I might have accidentally nuked the role names, but I was messing around. I did, yeah. Let's follow it back here. There it is. And then drop update. Now can we come? Override works. Really hope it does. Did not. Okay. How? How is this even possible? Like, we have a summary here. It is literally generating like the content. We're able to iterate over everything, which means our artists in that list are being added. They exist in that list. Let's take a look at the models again. We have data. Photo artist model. Row count, which is this. Adding that. Have our adding here. Because you'd expect if there's something wrong with the insert, it would at least successfully insert one. Strange. Photo artist. clearly exists. What's the third argument to begin insert? It's right now it's just count for both. Of course I could do count plus 1. See if that works. Because then it would be like 4 and 4, which means it would probably be replacing it. It looked right with or without the plus 1. I mean, it doesn't work. It doesn't work regardless. But if I gamma ray it again, you'll be able to see that the model still doesn't have anything. Without, okay. You push the code, take a look. Yeah, a sec. Let us see. Status. Get diff. Of course, there's a bunch of commented out code, but who gives a shit, right? Let's see. Get commit. Start implementing. Model backed. Model for code. Right. All right, it's been pushed now to Qt6 branch. Let's take a look again. We want to be able to. We have rows, we have all that, we have display rules. We don't have a table thing, but we're not going to be showing a table yet. It is technically an editable list, but I haven't set the flags. But I'm also, you're not the one inserting it directly, so surely that wouldn't be an issue. The data change signal should be emitted if the data was successful. Making the model editor. Delegate checks whether an item is editable before creating an editor. The model must let the delegate know that its items are editable. This by returning the correct flags. Okay. Insert rows, remove rows. Model for, let's see, inform other components that the number of rows is about to change. Then we perform the change, and then we inform that the operation is done. View list view. Selection modes. Searching. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. I feel like we're so close to getting working. underlying list is fine. It's just the model that's fork. Maybe it is then a little bit. View list view represent data. Automatically allows each item in the list to be editable. Oh no, that's not what we would want. Definitely isn't that. We're doing an end, right? Yeah, we are. Okay. It's this artist. After everything is added. Yeah, I mean, I guess what I could probably do, and I guess my main is, could I detach? We do all this stuff, right? Load all the shenanigans, and then we could do auto, or just do auto x is equal to cartographer instance dot get artist model dot data. We do 0 with Koto artist. Is it Koto artist? Let's see. And yeah, Koto artist rules. 0 won't work there. Oh, great. It comes Q model index. Can I do Q model index 0? Zero is probably fine for the first item. Let's see. Deck. Doesn't seem like it. 0, 0. Let's take a look at the documentation for it. By using create index. Ah. Protected member. Okay, can't do that then. How do I start indexing a folder? You have to define a config. I think I did this, but for example, it's hard coded to Joshua on here, so you'll have to update your path, then set that into the .config Koto. Let's see, I think it's .config. I think it's com.github Strobl Koto config.toml. It's not really meant for like anybody else to use it yet. You know? You'll probably be the first person to have compiled it besides me. Rate index. Yeah, what if we just do like row count? Row count. Fucking hell, do just revert all this. Enter, let's see out rows. Let's see. It says rows 4. That is actually correct. We have elbow, super lo-fi rolled, YouTube audio library, and lo-fi. That's 4. So is it related to getting the data then? Print. What? This is the problem when you have to freaking do Flutter in the, which is fine. Like, okay, but my day job. Flutter. Index. Is that a valid thing? No. Okay. I don't know what cout is, and I don't know how to output it. I go all the way up. Get rows. At no point in time is it trying to get the data. So that's not great. Which means I feel like it's an issue with our reference to it. Like if we take a look at our homepage here, maybe it needs to be Koto dot cartographer artist. I don't think I need to do this myself. Actually, George, I'm gonna take a look at your QML thing, if you don't mind. I want to see where. So in your model, what was your model called again? Tracks model. Let me search for tracks. Tracks. You define as tracks model like this. Now, are you referencing that in QML anyway? You have MPV audio tracks model. MPV. Is that just what you're calling it? Is MPV? Tracks model. Aha. Okay. Yeah. So like audio tracks model. If I go here, you're importing, right? Import. So on GitHub. Strobl. Koto. We do that, and then in theory, it should just be, or is it literally, you're doing MPV dot? So would mine be cartographer dot artist? I didn't change anything. In your case, you're doing MPV, but what's that coming from? Why is it prefixed MPV dot? MPV item. Ah, that's probably why. Yeah, okay. You're doing the same read of the model. And if I go down to MPV is the ID of the QML. Oh, okay. Doing a unique pointer to a model. I'm just trying to see if I'm just referencing artists wrong. Actually, am I even calling it artist? Now think about it. What am I calling it? Photographer HPP. No, I'm calling it. Damn, I was like, oh, maybe I'm onto something. I just, instead of this get function, I just do artist again. This is maybe the getter or something. No, it's not. Okay, that's very simple. View property. You're doing playlist model here. I should really lay out my thing like this as well. It's much cleaner. Instead of having it separate as much as I do. Nice code, by the way. Actually quite readable. Models changed. Yeah, I need signal stuff. But let's take a look at the MPV item dot file. Set source model. Oh, it's for some proxy thing. Let's take a playlist. Oh. Yeah. Next. Am I doing anything? This and points to this. If I just don't use this, and let's group it up here. Okay, artist model. B. That's for something. Yeah. This. This is just not needed. Not a function. I know it's not a get artist model on auto X on. Well, we already know that we have the correct amount of rows, so we'll do this. Still failing on this bit. Not a function or a function pointer. I mean, it's not on yours. Oh, it is actually on yours. I was wrong. I did not notice that you had that. Yeah, shit. All right. That is on me. I mean, dot get. Let's revert all this. Drop that. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just revert this back. Get artist, re-add artist. Re-add the model there. We're gonna comment this back. Actually, revert. So, and then here, so you're calling a dot get. I'm gonna assume that this is for getting. Let's see, playlist model. And playlist model, which is a unique. So we go to source, go to models, your playlist model. You have a function for get. Here to take a look. What is this? Where does the get function come from? Get is because of you. Ah, okay. Right, so my returning of just this artist model should be fine then. I'm not sure then. What's going on with this? Makes me wonder, is gamma ray, go back to model. Could it be the row stuff? It's never requesting the data. But some sort of like issue with interfacing with them. Take a look at Evan's code. See if I could gain any insights there. He has this device proxies model. Includes it, and then he does BlueJ dot model. But mine is within cartography. What if I just do artist? I really don't think. He's doing source model as the do I need a bit photographer? Like this. Well, that's resulting in a gold circle. Element is not creatable. Hold on. Okay. We mentioned that it is a QML element and it's QML singleton. Why is it not? Koto was not. But Koto is neither type or namespace, right? So it is related. Element is not. Doing CPP. Ours would just be cryptography. I think any of this is actually correct. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that Koto artist model because that doesn't seem to be doing anything. Right. I am out of ideas. It's not indicating what is foo in this case. Like, I understand foo is just example thing, right? But like, I wish their example would mean like, is this the instance? Is this just a function that they're calling related to the C++ instance? That kind of stuff. So here there was actually, if I scroll back up, component create. Not quite what. Let's take a look once again. Author reference, yeah, it would be author. Ours should actually just be cartographer.artist. I did Q invocable on get artist model. And then I did cartographer.get artist model. Nope. Now I am officially out of idea. Message board, set initial property on the view. Set source instance was required, was set as a required property. Gamma ray is seeing the model. Well, yeah, the thing is I'm not entirely convinced it is seeing the model. I could just add like probably gobbledygook here or something. Probably is fine. Alright, like this still launches. And then if I go gamma ray on the binary, let's see. Oh, no, actually it does hide it then. Okay, interesting. So you might be right. But we get a row count. So could it be that gamma ray doesn't want to present any information if maybe the data? Could it be this data bit here? What does QML think the row count is? That is a fantastic question. Let's see. Well, it says model index is invalid, and then the model content just says 1 up here, but I don't think that's actually 1 as the content. Well, hold on, let me select this. Yeah, still invalid for this. Even though when I have done the standard out to get the row count on the model, it gives me back 4 because it's doing like this martis count. And 4 is the correct number. So either I'm just not implementing something, is possible. Could be related to data. I don't know. I think the row stuff is probably fine. Maybe it's related to like this. Getting from the artist at and then getting the name of the artist, but that seems fine. It also says object, yeah, number of children 0, parent address 00, which makes me think like that's not actually a valid Koto artist album. Or Koto artist model, I mean. Because this has passive notifications manager QML type. This doesn't have even like the address for cartographer or anything of that sort. So I think my model is correct, but probably the way I hooked it up. I mean, even through cartographer, I'm getting the model through cartographer when I was doing the standard out. So I feel like it has to do with cartographer here. First. We define it as a QObject QML singleton. We have that artist here. Let's try uncommenting this stuff. Because I commented that at one point. Let's restart gamma ray. I should just have that start with gamma ray instead. Its own thing. Oh, still the same thing. Shit. At least we had. CPP ownership, and we return the instance when we create. Reference to that as CPP ownership. Doesn't look like we need this, but we need at least a QML engine. If I open up main. Look at the other models in gamma ray. I think it'll say this stuff right anyway. Well, at least for notifications model, it's showing a parent. Does model content contain items with just no text? It doesn't look like there's anything. No, there's nothing. And like if I hover over it, it says number of children 0. Like there's nothing. Maybe yeah, okay. Maybe. Let's check. Let's take a look. Let's comment that. Oh, actually, I didn't mean to delete that. Just meant to comment that out. Oh, there we go. Okay. And let's go back to models. I'm gonna do this. Qt display role. We'll get the name. Yeah, I'm gonna return the same for now and see what happens. Still nothing. But hey, the code's up on GitHub. I think I will probably wrap it up here. We didn't get quite to the point of actually displaying any content, which has been unfortunate. But unless anybody has any 200 IQ ideas while I'm wrapping up, I think we could probably call it here. I could take a little bit of a look off stream as well. Qt6 branch. Yep, exactly. Yeah, none of that GDK stuff that you see in the main branch. That'll disappear quite quickly. As soon as humanly possible, that'll disappear and the world will forget about it. And it will never be mentioned ever again. Except for every single time I mention it, which will be often. I'll let you take a look. The fate of it all hangs in the balance. I comment out all of this though. And just run it. I've tried this before and it did not work. So I don't expect any difference now. But yeah, no change. Which means the same is going to be for gamma ray, I think. Yeah, nothing there. Okay. Yeah, row count, so this worked. Data didn't work. Our rules thing I think worked anyway. I do want to try. I'm addicted to trying to find the damn solutions. Let's see. Let's uncomment this for creation. We have create, and then I want to pass in QML. Where's the hard-coded music folder? It's the example config.toml. You kind of need to like put it in .config/com.github.strobl Koto as a config.toml and then change it. But it's this in the desktop folder here, example config. Referenced engine. Please copy that path into chat, sure. Strobl, and I think it should be this. Try that. So in theory, if I pass engine to this, it's not liking that very much. That's not very. Oh, I guess it is a application engine. Why is this not working then? Ah, this. That still isn't doing anything. Index all libraries is not called in main. You have to move it out of the if statement. Is it? Let's see. Well, I mean, it is called in main. It's just in this separate thread. If this requires bootstrapping, then it should perform the indexing, but it shouldn't perform it every single time you launch it, which is why I have this here. It could be that there's an issue with this require bootstrap. When we create it, it should be checking if KotoDB as a SQLite file exists. And if it doesn't exist, then it should bootstrap, at which point it should then perform the indexing operation. Does your example config lack something? I don't think so. Let me check. Oh, yes, shit. Sorry, type music. Let me just rip this out as well. Copy this in. Yes, I exactly wanted to also copy the line numbers. Thanks, terminal. Let's try this. Yeah, exactly. I'll commit that to the example config. So status commit fix add missing type to example libraries. If I create a Koto artist and add it to the model in the model's constructor, it shows up in the list view. Okay. Create a Koto artist. Add it to the model in the model constructor. So basically you're doing it in what, cartographer? So when you're doing this artist model and you're adding it to this queue list. Right. I'm guessing that's where you're adding it. We create a new model with a new queue list. But the thing is, it's clearly like if I go up here, it's adding stuff to the list unless it's doing it by name. Oh. No, because that's just get artist. It still has to do it where it's doing it by the model. Because here you could see we load the instance and then from cartographer, we get all the artists, which is coming from that model. We spit them out here and then the albums within it. In the Koto artist model constructor. Okay. That's going to be in what structs, I guess. because we're just doing it like this. Try this. I don't know if this is the right way of doing that. Probably not. I think it's this actually. Something like that, maybe. Okay. Oh, not there. What the fuck? Do that. I'm artist. Maybe it's an issue with this model. Or the construction. I don't think it's an issue with this, but maybe. I just. To here. And I do sleepy look at code about with that warning about non-notifiable properties. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for taking a little bit of a look. Right. Well, fuck. What's going on here? What's this? Thank you. What? Can you? What are you doing? Model. Whatever. Nothing to do with that then. Probably needs a constant in Q property. Don't think that'll affect anything. Okay. Oh, we could revert this and see. Let's see. A photographer instructs. Let's see. Constant. Still nothing. And cancel. Nothing. All right. Well, we're gonna wrap it up here. I know I said that a bit ago, but we're gonna do it now. Thank you, George and Oliver, for giving me a bunch of ideas and pointers to at least getting this far, right? Especially with the model stuff. And Oliver, you were right. Like when it came to the whole redundancy, when we had my brain's just completely busted. The Q list or whatever I had as of Koto. Actually, it was originally a Q hash of the Koto artist, and moving that just to the model itself. I think it'll probably end up being cleaner. When will the next stream be? I don't know. When I have the time, you know, I have a day job. And then when I don't have that day job, sometimes I'm doing budgie stuff, or sometimes I'm playing these things called video games. I like playing video games. The best way for you to find out though when the next stream will be is by following me on Mastodon. So it's me at joshuastrobl.social. It's also going to be in the video description probably, or my threads, or even my Blue Sky, although basically the Blue Sky is just there to exist, and content goes to it through Buffer. I put no effort into it otherwise. So what I think I will do next is actually going to write a dev diary. So for those that weren't aware, if you head on over to joshuastrobl.com and you head on over to blog, back in the old days, long time ago, I did these dev diaries of when I was writing in GTK 4 and then before that GTK 3. So not really much of interest there. But my next thing is probably going to be writing a dev diary 13, which is going to go over what I have done since September. When I first started this, it was like last week, September or something, working on Koto. Some of the decisions I've made on that. Of course, I have some documentation on Obsidian of what I decided for when it comes to different libraries and KDE frameworks and why I chose those. And provide a little status update on that. So if you haven't caught all the streams, that's okay. There'll be a written thing there. And yeah, that's probably going to be it. I'll post on socials when my next stream will be. I usually provide a day or two advance heads up, typically a day. So yeah, that's going to be it. Thank you for tuning in, everybody, and I'll catch you on the next one. So